Hello, good morning, good day, good afternoon. As we are just about to go into the race session. Yeah, there we go. So, we have not myself, but we have my teammate Jesper qualifying, and he has put our beautiful McLaren on the pole.
Here we go.
Here we go. Half a minute.
So, you were streaming, right?
Yes.
Alright. Oh no.
I can shut down the sound if you want.
Let's just target for the first stint, fuel-wise.
I'll let you know.
So Michi or Jimmy haven't spoken yet.
Well, he's walking the dogs, right?
Yeah, but...
So this seems to be... Wait, this is a different sequence, right? It's not... Yeah, the 4 hours are already running. It changed. You know, it's manual... Oh, this is laggy.
yeah, it's manual, yeah.
Yeah, so
He
you can
calls the
leave...
green flag.
I don't know who calls the green flag, to be honest.
How fast can I go?
150 in sector 1, 120 in sector 2, pit limiter sector 3. There was nothing about change of starting procedure, right?
No. Is it single file or what? I'm on the outside.
I'm gonna quickly check the rules if I can find, but there is nothing in the briefing.
Like, this is a bit odd.
So it's a 4-hour race. Expect you to understand this is still endurance, even though it's just 4 hours. Good luck.
And how fast can I go now in sector 3?
Sector 3 is pit limiter. But sector 3 is from before the penultimate corner.
Okay, so I can go faster now.
Yeah, 120 now.
I have no clue. But the LMP2s on hypercars definitely gone faster. Because
I
they're
don't
just
know,
driven off.
just be consistent, like now slowly reduce to pit limiter.
The 3 classes, can you please catch up to each other?
Yeah, I guess Jimmy will call green.
Yeah.
Oh, why is this lagging so much? Ah, this bar! When this bar pops up ahead, then it lags. Anyway, hi Mike, hi Domi. We will be going green now. Mix.
Yep. Can we go or what?
I guess. This was the weirdest start ever, like that. But okay. We are leading. I don't know what to say here. Usually it was game-controlled starting procedure, but okay, well, whatever. We crossed the line. Jimmy never called green. I guess just leader controls. Right, now this will have a slight implication for the strategy. What with that? No, it should be still good for the strategy. Hi Xesh, thank you. And when I have the chance, I will passenger select Jesper and stay on him on the straight. Now this is so confusing. Like I went through the rules. I didn't find any difference from before, but it's in Division 2 it was like when you cross the line the race starts for you, but I think the whole grid was confused now. Well, Melich, we have got 0 Bob, right? The McLaren has not been touched, so I don't know. I mean, I hope we disappear in 3 laps, but depends on the strategy as well. So let's find where is Jesper. We'll wait for the straight. Okay. Alright, well. We are disappearing into the distance. I think the tiny pedal is a bit confused now. Because it thinks I'm in the garage. I guess I just close it. Need to remember to reopen it later. So the Porsche of our friends over at Caspian has been given, what was it, 10 kilograms? Maybe minus 1 liter as well. And then the BMW got minus 10 kilos or plus 1 liter. I didn't quite... Michi is P3, wow. You know what, am I allowed to, I don't know, I would need to ask Jimmy what exactly I'm allowed to do here with my streaming permission to stay on the server. But I guess it's in best interest of everyone for me to check the replay, because I don't think the official broadcast is rolling through all the replays. Xesh, no, this is, in RF2 you don't have virtual energy implemented. So it's just the old GT3s. So actually we have to pull a bit of a gap here for the strategy to work. It's not like we are on the same strategy, but let's see. We kind of expect a lot of others to lift and coast a bit, but you will see that Jesper is not really lift and coasting. Happy to see that the frame rate is stabilized. Nice hairpin rotation. Right, where is my mouse? Let me take... Let me rewind the start, because it's we need to see what happened. Well, nice move into turn 1 by Michi. Hi Alex. Well, Xesh, thing is that it's 4-hour race, so ideally you do 1-hour stints, but it's difficult. Some cars have it easy, some other cars have it more difficult. The McLaren is not really able to do it. So you need fuel saving, like quite a bit of fuel saving to make it. So here the Porsche is still in P2, but it's struggling a little bit. As Melguera went for the dive. It was quite a fight there. Ooh, okay, almost through wide. The BMW out-tractioning the Porsche, that's a first. Yeah, poor Ahmed, just out of sequence. Lost the position because he lost the position because he lost the position. Oh. Well, nice move. Ow, not a nice move. But he was P5, right? Because the car's dead. Well, not great to hear. Although, well, 10 kilos should be like a 10.5, right? Okay, well, on the rear of Michi. And let's go back to passenger on Jesper. Okay. Well, I guess not much will happen until we get caught by the first wave of the hypercars. Which could happen... Actually, they are coming, right? Yeah, they are crossing the line now, so this or next lap.
Just a quick note, every driver that had a drive-through will receive a 1 second stop and go. It's a penalty system that just made a mistake. I'm not able to pull all of them back, so you go 1 second drive-through. Enjoy the 1 second stop and go.
What? So instead of drive-through, they will get 1 second stop and hold. Well, poor Michi, he has one. But I can barely hear Jimmy talking. Let me make him a bit louder. Well, this is going quite well. We did not expect that. We are tied in the championship with Demircan, the Porsche, in P25. So our job today is to finish ahead of them and preferably win. And now they are stuck behind Michi. At least for the time being, Michi will have the drive-through. Or the stop and hold 1 second. And we already have quite a big of a gap. Yeah, that's a perfect race start there. So Alex, in the previous races it was much easier for Porsche to do the full hour. The McLaren struggled. I think at Monza nobody really did it because it's Monza and it's so much high speed or like so much flat out. But at Spa they did it full hour, we couldn't. At Interlagos they did it and we couldn't. Here we will see as the hypercars are coming. Hi Steven, thank you for the sub. It's always a scary move around the outside. Yeah, Melich, I don't know exactly how it goes. I never really tested the Porsche. Well, Porsche is still the best on the straights and in braking zones and traction zones, right, I think. But again, I've never really driven the Porsche in RF2. Always when I kind of attempted it, like when we were doing the BOP tests before GT Pro eSport series, I always like did 2 or 3 laps with the Porsche and said, no, I'm just not taking that car. it never was driving in the way that I preferred, even though it felt always good. You tested the McLaren, alright. Yeah, we have not tested any car, we just... I mean, I tested, I did a good pre-season test. I took the McLaren, did 2 laps around, I don't even know which track. It handled alright, so we chose it. And Jesper trusted me. And then we were nowhere on pace at Spa and at Interlagos. But well, Rafa Racing Club has these McLaren GT4s, so it's good for the pictures and for the livery copy-paste. Well, about tire wear, to be honest, you can easily completely destroy the rears on the McLaren. For sure it has the best front tire wear, but that's because it just doesn't bite on the front. The front is just not doing anything. You have to make it so understeery to be able to really scrub the fronts, but then you're losing pace. These hypercars are funny. They are so quick on the straights, but slow in the corners, so basically they don't really cause an issue, they just fly by. Well, slow in low speed corners at least. Ah, so now Michi goes for the penalty. And there is quite a fight for P3. 12 seconds behind already. And that's crazy. Melich, yes indeed. Gem is driving that well, GT4 is it, what's it called? GT4 European series or something like that. And then Rafa in the US is well, has been racing the Porsches GT4s. Hi Semich. You hope I have fun with Jimmy. What do you mean? Hi Tsari. Are you guys from Caspian team unhappy with us for some reason? I don't quite understand what you mean. I mean, obviously everybody is unhappy if they get BOP'd. We would be unhappy as well, but I am struggling to read into the words what exactly you mean by that. Hi, Joao. The LMP2s will be coming soon. They will be tricky. Quite many of them, and they are not fast. Yeah, Christos, I don't know. Like, we kind of felt like in the first two races that the McLaren is maybe 3/10 of pace, maybe 2/10. We worked harder on the setup then and found those 2/10. But it still felt like maybe it was just unlucky choice with the tracks. Maybe it's not the best at Monza, and maybe it's not the best at Spa. And maybe at Interlagos we had the wrong setup or wrong strategy or so, but just overall it felt like that BMW was impossibly quick at Spa while having better tire wear, and then it felt like we had to do the best esports performance of the whole career to be just about quicker than the Porsche at Monza. So we never really thought that the McLaren is, well, ultra quick. But maybe we are still missing something in the setup, you know. But then after Spa, when the BMWs were almost in the league of their own, they just dropped down and they were nowhere. Copy, Semi. So you're indeed unhappy with, well, not only with Jimmy but with us somehow. Oh yeah, Fonzie, that's the esports hacks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about gifted championships, but it's not like we really complained much. I mean, Jesper complained about, like, he didn't complain, he asked in the forum about BOP. Jimmy responded that it's gonna happen when it happens. There was like some procedure for BOP, like you could go to a server, do a motoclock over stint and submit and so on for BOP purposes. But we never really even thought of that, so... I mean, I know that Porsche is really good at tracks where there's many braking zones and many acceleration zones, so Monza and Bahrain are probably good Porsche tracks. Yeah, I don't know, I want to comment more on the BOP, but I really cannot. I didn't really play any part in those 10 kilos, so don't at me, please. Too much at least. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, to be honest. We talked a bit about BOP, but I never really even... Like, I accepted, when I took the McLaren, I accepted that I don't care about BOP at all. If we are... I mean, you know, this is not ultra special, crazy esports 1 million prize pool championship. You know, like it's top tier, really well organized endurance championship in RF2. So we thought that, I mean, if anybody goes full esports with 1000 laps of prep for this, they are kind of party breakers. And we never intended to go full into this, but still we thought that even if BOP is slightly off, we should be able to always fight for the wins. And I just didn't care about BOP, never. So if it was off, then we would try harder to maybe find better click on the setup for the next race. And we found that from Interlagos to Monza. But yeah, I don't know. Of course, when there is multiple class or multiple cars in a class, it's always going to be about BOP, and some people happy, some people unhappy. I just don't really want to be part of that this season, at least. Even though I kind of appreciate the drama sometimes that the BOP talks make. Sim racing, if it's esports, then it can become politics, right? LMVS at some points kind of felt like politics. When we were getting weird penalties, or like got crashed out a bit by a red line and we got a warning, even though we got crashed out, and then like it was always a bit weird. But one just has to assume that people are just, well, doing stuff in their best intentions, not trying to screw anybody over. But then of course, if it was $1 million series, which would require a very precise track-by-track BOP, then you could call Jimmy or any RD not competent enough, but it's not really that here, so I don't know. iRacing IMSA, what do you mean by iRacing IMSA? I didn't talk about iRacing IMSA now. I don't know, it feels like at least the Corvette should get further minus 15 kilos or something. They are just struggling so hard. Cannot really see who is in the Corvette though. And the overlay is not working when I'm a spectator. Xash, no, it's not really. I mean, it was slightly weird penalty for us, but it was not against Redline. It was a Le Mans Virtual Series like 2 years ago. Actually, I have a video on this channel like from some time ago. It's like I don't know what's it called. Like it's us versus Team Redline, or like beating Redline for best victory ever or something like that. But basically they like bumped us or touched us like, I don't know, 8 times in the race. It was like they were fist fighting us, trying to do everything to push us out of the racing line. Then we made a clean overtake while they were still bumping us. And then finally after last pit stop, I had the last pit stop. The red line was coming on the left here at Bahrain. I was braking maybe 1 meter too late. I went kind of deep into T1. The guy from the red line turned in. And that, if that was like one crash on my side, I would accept it. We got a warning for it, but still one after that. But it was like one bump from our side, but 8-10 bumps from their side. It was crazy. They were just pushing us all around, but not getting any penalty, any warning at all. It was pretty crazy. But they crashed me out, not crashed, like bumped me off track at Spa, because they the guy overestimated the gap or something, and then I got a penalty or a warning because I never understood. We even had like a meeting with the director after the race. He tried to explain, he couldn't explain. He just kept repeating the same thing. Even the others kind of disagree with him, but you know, it's... You can call it incompetence, you can call it just, well, different interpretation of the rules, or politics or whatever. Yeah, it's never fully clear of politics or of different views of how stuff should be. You always have to leave a space. Yeah, well, I agree. I like how in Formula Sim Racing rulebook it said rubbing is not racing. But I know that some series prefer some rubbing. And then rubbing is content, and content is views, and views is sponsorship. We are literally 20 seconds ahead of P3. That's absolutely insane. After 15 laps, I think they're going for full stint, all of them. From P3 or well, P24 here in the... oh, you cannot see, wait. I hope it's... Do I have... Yeah. I can put that on for now.
I'm driving like a clown. But it's okay. For now.
It's okay. Ferrari actually needs some boost. Well, there is no Ferrari at all here, right? Well, maybe that's the reason, because it's too slow. Copic Sesh. Yeah, I didn't really listen to the broadcast of IMSA. Xesh, it's slip angles, of course, as well, but it's not just that. I mean, you can easily make a tire like 5 seconds of pace, you just decrease the peak grip value. Ah, they have the Ferrari, of course, Monaco. Yeah, they have it. Yeah, I don't know. Never really tried it. Cannot comment. I mean, I tried it a year and a half ago in GT Challenge. And GT Challenge was Ferrari versus Mercedes. Or well, maybe just the fastest drivers were in the Mercedes and in the Ferrari. But it felt like Mercedes had like a 10th advantage in quali, and then Ferrari has 10th or 2/10 advantage in the long run. Ah, there was a McLaren 720 win once, or almost. It was in Indianapolis, right? Yeah, Indianapolis, when the guy got a pole and started driving away, but then did a mistake. That's not great to hear, Xesh. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really do our best to prove them wrong, or actually, I mean, like I had the quali pace, I was 2-3 tenths off, but like I don't understand iRacing and how it can handle very high curbs, and then, you know, at Indianapolis Actually, that's the second Indianapolis race I'm talking about. So not in the GT Challenge Indianapolis, but in iRacing Indianapolis. You know, first curb is very high, and you have to take it with the hypercar in iRacing. It just eats it. Like, it should absolutely destroy the suspension, but it eats it 99% of times. But then 1% of time it introduces a huge slide. So if you are having 4K I rating, you don't know when that 1% is coming. Well, I had that 1% in quali, so I was P13 in quali or P14. And then, yeah, Jesper took the start and got crashed out. And got penalized because he got crashed out, so cannot really say much. And then we never could prove them wrong, but yeah. Hi, Oskari. Audi nearly won that season. Nearly won until it got plus 20 kilos of BOP before the season, right? It's funny for the curbs, like to compare them between iRacing and RF2, because in RF2 you kind of assume that the tire is very squishy and that it just eats up everything, and then you hit those curbs, it kind of eats them, but it's not faster, or like it struggles a lot. And then in iRacing, the tire feels absolutely stiff. Touch a curb, you start drifting, but actually vertically it just eats everything. You just go across a huge curb, it just like it's not there most of the times. So I don't know how it works, but it's super strange. Ah, Jake. Wait, I cannot remember. It was sprint and feature race, right? Or was it just... They changed the format. Yeah, they did Long Beach. Because I remember I won Long Beach right in front of Dennis Jordan in the Ferrari. But they then changed the format from sprint feature into just one race. IXS, that one is absolutely horrendous. The more you take it, the less you fly. And it's actually quite high, and then in RF2 if you take it, you get launched into space. I'm just not sure about the actual model, if maybe in RF2 the 3D model is crazier. Well, Malgera is holding on. 5 seconds, not really falling down. Nice dive. And then a rocket chip at the straight. Yeah, we kind of calculated the strategy in case we are in the lead after start, that we will have like a couple of seconds of lead. We do have a couple of seconds of lead, but we never expected extra big couple of seconds to be free. Anyway, 10-ish laps to go. What do I think of Caddy's chances as Sebring? Well, I hear it's the best car in iRacing now, but wait, you guys actually race? When do you have the race? Is it 12th and 19th, or is it 5th? Is it tomorrow? And 9th? I kind of forgot the calendar. I had it noted down in my calendar, but well, then we missed those 37 milliseconds, so we didn't qualify. It's tomorrow, okay. No, Jake, it was just invite. We tried, we got invite for one race, but we tried to qualify on merit. Issue was that we had no idea what we were doing, so we tried to qualify in the GT3, in the Mercedes GT3, and then in the middle of the qualifying week we got told that the Porsche is faster. So after 3 or 4 days of qualifying, I purchased the Porsche and started doing laps with the Porsche, so you can expect that that's not gonna work the best. Well, I kept improving till the end, but again, with Jesper we were both like 30-40 milliseconds away from the threshold of actually making it in. Which was a shame, because we don't really know how to do this tire prep in iRacing, which is kind of extremely crucial, but we are good in the long run. Hi Pran, yeah, we are leading for some reason by quite a margin to P3 at least, so well, some guys had the drive-thrus from previous race, like Michi and Ertan, and I'm not sure about Barclay. But yeah, the pace is insane. But again, we don't know about the strategies, right? What was the season? I think in VEC when we raced the McLaren Senna hypercar, we always went for a stop less, and every time after a stint I was half a minute behind. But in the last stint we were either leading or battling for the podium. Although in the end RAG won the season, because it turned out that full push was still better than endurance approach. But yeah, let's see. So one pit stop would be like 40-ish seconds, which would be then the margin that we need to pull. Hi David. Also, I'm glad to see that the frame rate has kind of stabilized. 165, 140. For some reason Bahrain is always tricky with the frame rate. In the night especially, but in the day as well. Copy Pran. Do we have to collaborate? Why did you collaborate? Except we are collaborating. Right, so the plan is actually for me to do the majority of the race. Well, not sure if Jesper is happy about me talking over it, but he posted on his social media, so well, he might or might not need to take the car and drive the family into the nursery home today or tomorrow, or well, we were scared that it's just gonna be me for the car and that would mean DNF or like scrabbling for a reserve drive in case he cannot do the race. But for now it seems like everything is still stable. I even had the stream title ready. 4 hours of Bahrain, but teammate is having a baby. But luckily, no hurry. So he keeps driving and he will stay in the car for the next stint. And then I take over. Glad that you enjoyed it, David. I don't really know, like it was pretty crazy. I calculated it before the race that it was about to be 50-50, but the calculation was very imprecise. That was tight. But okay, still alive. Also these GT3s are a bit weird. Hard to fuel save because the revs don't... I don't know. It doesn't feel too efficient to be lift and coasting that much. And then everybody else was pulling away like crazy. And then in the last stint I figured out, well, actually we're having a chance to win. Always good fun to have the races where you kind of give up already on your hopes for top 3. And then suddenly you realize you're actually in the prime position to even win. And it's especially beautiful when you are the only one on the correct strategy. Which again reminds me of Le Mans Virtual Series 2 years ago here at Bahrain. When we were on mediums, everybody else was on hards. Maybe I say that way too many times on stream, but it's such a nice memory. Like checking the tire compounds of people, and it's hard, and then we were P2 on the grid medium, and then everybody else just hard. And we were like, oh no, what have we missed in the calculations? And then in the end everybody else was on mediums in the end of the race because it was just a better tire. So it just good memory. Especially when it was the likes of Coanda and Redline and RAG and Williams and all the big teams. And we are the only ones on the correct strategy. Well. So should be, I guess, 5 more laps for Jesper. And then I take a very short break, and then I take over the car. I still cannot believe that gap to P3. I just don't get it. Well, we will see. If Malgera in P2 now behind us is saving fuel, then we are in trouble. If he's pushing like us, then it's alright. Need to do a quick check on the strategy. Oi, 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 oi. Oh no, 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 what is that? The biggest setup leak. Why did it open? No, 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 no. Okay. Well, like and subscribe for more setup leaks. Not sure what it even showed.
Car behind which tires?
I'll check. We are all on hearts at the front. I'll stay out of the car for now, so Jesper doesn't. Ooh, pretty wide, nice. So Jesper doesn't lick me by mistake. My strategy sheet is based on the clock, but not on the server time, so I need to rework that. I always need to synchronize the clocks, and that's very silly. Yeah, Oscary. I mean, I don't know what I showed. Maybe it was even a LMU setup. Like, I don't know why does it do that? Windows 11, like you close the notepad, and then when you open it, it just opens everything that, like, I don't get it. When you close it, it kind of just minimizes it, and it's such a weird functionality. Yannick, that's a tricky question. So Jesper will box, we'll stay in the car, and you will see what we're doing when he boxes. Actually, let me just quickly double check. So you do this, and then what happens if I open the notepad? Yeah, now nothing opens. Well, okay. Whatever. Oops. One more after this, right?
Yeah, correct.
So request correct settings for fuel and tires.
All set. Box.
So what is the target?
+1.
Okay.
The last 10 laps I was going slow to recover a deficit.
But you made it extra lap.
Was?
Well, I see that you did 29 laps.
Because of opening.
Ah, correct. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, of course, it was not the automatic. It was red lights off and then manual lap 1 formation. So, yeah, well, as you can see, we had a fairly short pit stop and we didn't change the tires. And we are in P4. It's gonna be so much easier to make it a full hour. I think many are now doing a full hour. Let's see how that goes. Well, back into the lead, but it's much less fuel saving because of that lap 1. So interesting, Malguera doing exactly the same as us. And the Porsche guys, I suppose, yeah, just full tank and no tires. New tires are at 38 seconds, it's crazy. Okay, well, I'll be in the car soon. Jesper, I'll be back in 5 and then I'll be ready. Okay then, that's a weird race. So what is everybody else doing? I think everybody is doing this strategy almost. Like keeping the tires, but under fueling. Oh, that's a great situation.
Straight to Division 2 with those guys.
Why is the tiny pedal not turning on? Maybe because I'm not in the car. Yeah, that's the best. Going into one of the most difficult corners on track with LMP2 on the inside and hypercar on the outside. What could go wrong? The only thing we can do is just lift and wait for the situation to pass. Hello, Ayus. Actually, so the race would be. It was not full 4 hours, right? Because we did the formation lap of 4 minutes inside those 4 hours already, so it's like 2 laps shorter. Yeah, I don't know. We will have to do extra pit stop compared to compared to the Porsche that's currently in P27 or well P5 in the class. But they will only change tires once more. We will have to change them, well, probably twice more. So that's 38. Let's see. Would be quite interesting to see if they are actually able to make that work. A full double stint, you know. Michi pits? Wait, is it possible to... You know, in RF2 you can sometimes get a not drive-through, but stop and go penalty, and then you can actually serve it together with a pit stop. So like you box, serve a second of penalty, and then the pit stop happens. I think that can be turned on and off. Oh, thank you, Ayus. Probably don't have the best presenter voice, but well, I hope the filters on the mic are doing good magic. So yeah, Michi could actually have boxed and I don't know. It wasn't like a 1 second stop go, which it was supposed to be for the penalty, but it was actually just 1 second plus forced pit stop with full tank. There fuel during, yeah, then it's not really stop and go, right? Then it was okay, well that's a good strategy there. iOS RF2 is, well, it's less sophisticated. So in RF2 there is much less of a drop off of grip with big slip angles or with overheating, because additional code has been implemented in LMU when it comes to tire model to make it better, and it actually drives a lot more realistic. Maybe some people could say that it has less FFB, but I don't really think it does. And yeah, you're not really drifting it that much. It's still sometimes the case that you need to have weight on the rear and just rotate by the rear a little bit, but I mean, when you check the onboard laps of real life, they are sideways quite a bit. Never really gaining from it, but not seemingly losing time. Speaking of, let's say, Estres LMDH Le Mans pole position lap, very sideways sometimes. But yeah, LMU it's a lot better. I mean, relatively speaking, than compared to other sims. I still think RF2 is a lot better, at least when it comes to base physics, even if the tire model is, well, on many cars a bit broken and needs to be drifted. But it's just more enjoyable to race. Like, people are talking of LMU having a bit of dead zone.
I think it's 3 laps in a row. I get trapped the word place. A bit frustrating.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so LMU that supposedly has a bit of dead zone in the middle in FFB, but I mean, kind of maybe sometimes I can feel that, but when I drive iRacing, like, nothing happens between these inputs for me. Absolutely nothing. Just starts to slightly load the tire, like slightly turn, but then from here to here, it goes from like almost no load to already overheating like crazy. Nice send. So I don't know, like, who are the people that are complaining? Like, if people come from iRacing to LMU, they have to absolutely adore how good the response is. I don't know. In ACC though, I suppose you immediately feel the weight. Like, if you start turning, you immediately feel that there is, like, yeah, well, 1.5 tons of car around you. Yeah, for sure, having driven, well, basically 15 years, no, 13 years of RF2 skews the perception a bit, and then it's hard to be, well, you cannot be objective really, or like you're always coming from a standpoint and judging according to what you feel from your previous favorite game. But going to iRacing for me is like, it's such a weird feeling, in the, like, it's just, it doesn't drive like it should. It's not like a steering wheel. It's like almost like a button was assigned. Like, you rotate, nothing happens, and then suddenly it clicks. And within that click, there is a slight nuance. It's just so confusing. But well, let's see, they are still developing, right? On the iRacing side of things. They're still trying to come up with semi-decent tire model, not some base from 2005. The more I watch videos on YouTube, like I watched a video from Boosted Media yesterday about like triple curved screens, like crazy. And then he has iRacing on there, and then I don't know, I just to me it just more and more feels like iRacing is extremely outdated in every aspect, like graphically, UI, performance, physics, everything is just so outdated. But still people love it, like people play it more than other sims, so I'm just, the more I think of it, the more confused I am. Anyway, I have to stop being confused because I'll be taking over the car quite soon. Yeah, I mean, iRacing is such a great thing because it has a great kind of, well, great player base, but also great collaborations with real life organizations when it comes to esports and racing. But it just feels like everybody is stuck on the wrong sim, and then at the same time it works. It's stable, it's raceable, it's broadcastable, it's still sim racing, so Melich, it depends. Like, we are all waiting, of course, for Le Mans Virtual Series Season 3 to be announced in any shape or form, or any other esports like that. But if there is nothing like that, then, well, it's just iRacing or ACC, where esports remain, but ACC is about the end of its life, right? People will probably gravitate or like slowly switch toward AC Evo. But iRacing is iRacing. If you're good there, you always have esports or viewers or any kind of business sim racing related to make, so it's still the plan for me and Jesper to grind the iRating and do the special events and so on and stream that. And I mean, my iRacing streams are, well, it's still good racing more often than not, but it's like racing for P5 is not really what I want to do, like in a random split. But I would need to prepare for a race there to have any chance, because I just don't feel what the car is doing and then I'm just off pace. So it's a bit in the air, but let's see. Stockholm syndrome, or like, yeah, people of habit. Yeah, it's true. Well, I don't use Google anymore because I never find anything, so I started using different things. Next DLC should be Q1 of 25. Probably not January, but probably end of, I mean, February or end of February or March. Looking forward to having another track in LMU, even though Qatar is not really... I mean, Qatar is a nice one, right? It's just the curbs that kill it, because they're so wide. Yeah, better to... I think most people are going on the right side through, so better to go left. We had a couple of crashes there in the practice, in those sections, so...
I would if I had the tires.
Yeah.
I was turning left, so...
Yeah, that corner is a weird one, like you, at some point it just stops turning. Yeah, you go the iRacing route if you just want well, good daily racing with big splits or like big esports and so on. If you want big competition, good competition, unstable platform, you go iRacing. But if the money is a problem, if you don't have spare 500 euros per year, if you start from basically no content, and if you actually appreciate having realistic physics or like top of the, or like state of the art physics, or like as good tires as you can get in sim racing, then iRacing is just a no. It's like it's impossible to go from RF2 to iRacing and enjoy it. It will always be like a chore. You will try to enjoy it, you will kind of still enjoy it, but it just will never really make sense. Maybe after 3 years. I mean, we have Yuri Kasdorp, who is like really quick in RF2, and he went towards iRacing years ago, and he's good there. But I don't know, it takes so much time to have things to click in the head. Oh yeah, Fonzie, the 25 content update one day will be nice. Alright, time to close the window before I freeze. Speaking of V12s...
If you want, I can do the next one. Up to you.
Yeah, keep going. Wait. When you say next one, do you mean next lap or next stint?
Stint.
Ah, okay, well... If you feel happy to do it, like you can do it. Do you think I could compete in F1 or WEC? You mean in real life, if I swapped to that?
Better to drive than look at Helene.
So I think, I mean, F1 is it's a problem, right? Like you really need those couple of years in the career ladder just to get used to the feeling of traveling around and racing against people with millions of money and with crazy ego and crazy skill and so on. Or maybe not that crazy skill, because in sim racing we have way more crazy skill than in real life, because the money is not a problem that much and the testing is not a problem, but just getting used to the system, getting used to having 50 laps of practice, and then it's race time. You really need a couple of years of that to be kind of prepared for F1. But I think for... if I had a year of something, like some GT4s, and then I got into WEC to drive some GT3, I think I would not be slow. Maybe I would not go straight to fighting for the wins, but well, quite a good portion of the field there in GT3s is well, good drivers which are there because they are good and because they have a lot of money. And I think I would be faster than those, but there are some professional drivers there who just have infinite experience compared to I. I don't know. Would need to try. We would need a couple of millions so I could buy a seat. Yeah, 5G, of course, yeah. Would need a lot of training and so on. It's that like, I mean, maybe 90% of skills transfer, but then there is the other 10% of skills which cannot be really simulated well, and you need to adjust to those. And then you watch F1 drivers go around, and suddenly sometimes they crash, like they lose the rear in a place where it just doesn't feel like it should snap, like sometimes they catch a big slide and you're like, yeah, that's how I catch a slide in the sim as well. Sometimes the rear just goes and you're like, why was that not catchable? Like in the sim you would be able to feel it and like react to that. And then you're like, well, is real life having less feeling than the sim? And then yeah, maybe a gust of wind or some drops of oil or something, you know, like you just need to, yeah, I don't know, 5 years of experience of the career ladder, and then you kind of you kind of need that.
What is car behind doing of lap times?
What era of F1 would I have liked? Well,
mid 158s, mid low 158s.
oh, that's Mr. Thomas. I can barely hear.
Copy.
Change volume plus 10 decibel. Okay. Well, about the era of F1, if the safety is not a problem, then 50s. If the safety is actually a problem, then now. But actually, looking at how the cars, like looking at onboards, I really enjoy watching onboards from very late 90s and very early thousands. Yeah, just don't crash, Oscar, of course. But the thing is that, well, the amount of pressure, you know, if you race in F1 now, it's basically like you need to be almost a psychopath or something. Like you need to be so resilient to all the pressure for you to be able to actually enjoy it, or you just have to like really have zero care of anything. Like Alonso, the moment he can really enjoy it. He doesn't have to care. He has more skill than everybody else, or like more experience. He just, I mean, well, maybe not more skill overall than anybody else, but like he's at the top. He doesn't have to prove anything to anyone. He can just drive and have fun. But when you are like young, you get a seat in F1, it's like it's absolutely crazy. Next lap, right? Box? This lap?
I got 2.
2, okay. And then in 50s there wasn't really any pressure. You bought a car or you won some local race with some random cheap shit box that you'd had, or that you maybe modified a bit, and then somebody looked at you and thought you were fast, and then you did some F1 race quite easily without much pressure, and if you were good you actually were able to win. But now you just have to be like top 0.0001% in combined skill and money. Greatest racing driver.
Is it plus 50 fuel to the strat?
Yeah, I mean in full tank.
Alright.
It's impossible to say who's the greatest racing driver. The more you go into the present time, the bigger the competition is. But as well, more expensive things become, so... Still, I kind of think that currently the grid is the best it has ever been in F1. Oh yeah, Isle of Man. Oh. Well, that's a car without a tire. So
Can't park there, mate.
yeah, it could be a Code 80. So new tires, fresh wets, full tank, and driver selected.
Driver not selected.
Uh-oh.
Should I do it or?
Ah, you say you continue?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can. If Jimmy calls Code 80 now, that would be extremely lucky. I think that car was missing a tire, right? Is really driving actually that risky? It feels like extremely risky, but
Box.
well then I will let...
Do I have more water? No, but I guess I can make it run.
Hope he doesn't trip on the way to the water. That's gonna be a long pit stop.
Am I making it?
I don't
How
know.
much time do I got?
I cannot see.
Okay, I got plenty.
Yeah, it's the changing tires still, and then it has to refuel.
Mhm. What was gap to P2?
A minute and a bit, minute and a second. So I think they could be doing 2 double stints with only 1 tire change, but they will be so slow.
Who?
The Porsche.
Okay.
And they are unhappy with Bob. Of course.
Of course, they had the best car all season. It's not fun to have the worst car. Or second best.
Perhaps. It wasn't a tire, it's just a brake marker there. Into P3 somehow. Well, I'm gladly letting Jesper do another stint. I will be doing, well, a stint and a half. Yeah, so basically one stint is 25%, but we are not doing 4 stints, we are doing 5 stints. Although 2 of them are shortened. So I will do enough laps for sure. Okay, so what did I want to say? So yeah, in the practice, actually Jesper was quicker this time. We are always kind of tied together, but maybe at Spa I had a bit of an edge. At Interlagos, kind of thereabout. At Monza it was the same pace. Here I think Jesper is a bit faster. so probably better for him to keep going. Nuvolari, go to for greatest driver. Yeah, it's just such a different sport, right, than it used to be back then. But overall it's still racing. Like, I mean, to have a proper judgment, you would just have to put all 7 billion people into racing cars and then judge, but that's not impossible. That's impossible to do. So you just have to judge with what you have. Nice BMW straight line performance, or maybe he was lift and coasting a bit, or short shifting.
Oh, she's stupid. Losing off both of the time.
Catching a 3-1 at 150 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, but you are not on the limit that much at rally, right? You never do like 50 laps of practice. You just know roughly where it goes, and you're always slightly below the limit. So it's much more difficult to actually make such a mistake that you would go 150 into a 3, although it happens, of course. But somehow they are just like, I mean, maybe it's just not in the news. Like, there are not that many injuries in rally. As well, with the aspect that you're the only car on track, like you're not racing against others for the position directly. I mean, I would be, if I had the chance to choose, if I'm sitting in a rally car, going 150 and losing it and going towards a 3, or going like 280 and having Hamilton on the inside of cops understeering into my side, and then going 200 plus into a tire barrier. I don't know. Maybe I would take the rally option. Do I think I'm faster than some drivers? It's just impossible to judge, right? Like, faster in what? If we put myself and Stroll into some, I don't know, Forza Horizon, or like some random thing that has to do something with driving, I will beat him. If we go to go-karts, he will beat me. But if we both drive some Formula Ford car for 3 years with same practice, I don't know. Maybe if I had to bet either on me or on him, I would of course bet on me. But that's how a racing driver or sim racing driver has to think. Checking. Actually, who took over? It's Corazzari, yeah.
1, 2, 3 corners behind. I can tell you exactly.
Yeah, it is Corazzari in that car. Alright, Oscary, have fun. Thank you. And yeah, Nuvolari is the easy option. Alright, yeah, I suppose so. Hi, also, the Hyper, yeah, I think so. I never really checked, because they were quite horrendous, I think. Like, horrendous when it comes to pace. They had pace of iRacing hypercars. They had to be slowed down tremendously to make them not be faster than F1 for VEC. And Okay, Hachemi, I see. In which position I need to finish to win? So this is round 4 of 8. So at the moment we cannot win, but our direct competitors are. Where are they? Ah, ahead of us. Well, they have not boxed yet. So we are tied on the same points for the lead in the standings with the Porsche guys. But it will take a little bit before it's clear who is winning or not. And then Le Mans in the end, 24 hours is I think 1.5 times the points. Well, iOS, I think I could, not straight and not directly. Like if some, I don't know, Alpine call me to do WEC 25 season for them, I would say yes, but I would I would demand 1 month of well 5 days per week, whole day of practice with physiotherapists and with engineers and with people to actually have the chance to feel what a real car is doing. Thank you, Hachemi. But hypercars are not easy. Not easy at all. Not in LMU and not in real life. But crazy, it's actually interesting. I did a Targa Florio event twice actually. Once was with the 1954 cars, and that one is kind of like I would say it's competing like it's rally. I mean, it was a timing event, even though we were all on track, but we went like 1 by 1 or per 20 seconds or so. And you cannot learn the corners. There is like thousands of corners there. You cannot learn them. You just know rough layout. You can have a track map, and it's like having a co-driver, right? You know what the corner, what is the next corner, but you don't know what exactly it will feel like. You need to feel the limit of the grip in every corner. And you need to learn the car to know, like you need to be able to see the corner and know where to brake so that the car will still stick on the road. And it turns out that, well, if you're pushing to the limit, you will crash. You always need to be a little bit under the limit, so then when you actually go over that your own threshold, the car will still stick to the road, even though you will have a bit of a hairy moment. Nice slide. So I don't know. At the same time, you need to be focusing 120, but then again, you are not. It's less about risking or like carrying 2 kph more than previous lap, because there is no previous lap. You always go in with survival instinct, even though it's a bit different if you're a rally driver, and then you adjust to what you feel. If you feel like you have more grip, you go back on throttle. Yeah, also it's it's a funny car. I mean, that's why I didn't really want to go for that. It's on the old tire model as well, so it's drifty. So you're going 200 kph through a 150 kph corner and you're sideways. And then I thought, Well, in LMU we will not be going sideways, so I better take just the GT3 class. And then LMP2 is alright as well, but it's a bit... well, it's not used in WEC. So we thought, well, GT3 will be nice. And maybe the most comparable to LMU. Happy New Year, Daniele. What do you think? Well, I see they have like a deal, probably. Like they have actual physical BAC Mono R there. Like it will be on the Expo. So we will race it in the sim, and there will be actual physical car next to us. Hopefully we can sit in that thing. But I mean, every time I see like a cooperation between a company or like a manufacturer and a sim studio, or like, yeah, then that's always a fantastic thing. Much better than just randomly choosing a car in a random sim and using it. It's always a nice opportunity for a bit of marketing on both sides. Hi Fabio. Ah, copy, Daniele. I mean, probably VC is using what was available half a year ago. And then they didn't update. So yeah, the question is which track is gonna be used. The tricky thing is that we thought, well, we don't know the car, we don't know the track, we will arrive at the scene of the Expo and go from zero, but now we know the car, and that BAC Mono R is in multiple sims, right? It's in Assetto Corsa, it's even in Automobilista 1. So there will still be practice, even though I don't know what circuit we are racing on, although I have educated guesses what it could be. For first time ever it will not be Maastricht street track, but they said it's gonna be something else. Yeah, Zandvoort is an option, but maybe that's a too obvious one. Maybe Zandvoort will be the one for the public event, for public qualifier. Oh yeah, that clip of driving in the snow would be insane indeed. It's not too bad, that's good news. Although AMS 1 is probably better. I fully agree. But for now, it feels like the only way to achieve that...
I'll not outbrake myself in turn 1 this time.
Looking forward. The only way to achieve that combo is to have an investor with infinite money glitch that just enjoys sim racing and is actually a fan of RF2 and LMU. Like if I had $1 billion, I would buy the studio and I would tell them put Nordschleife into there, and I mean, yeah, in the dreams. Till then we can only wait. Daniele, I don't know, to be honest. I saw... Maybe it's a mod. I mean, when it was created, the Mono R didn't exist yet, so it must have been added later somehow. Let's see. Isn't AMS 1 kind of based on on the...
What lap times are P3 doing?
Based on G motor, like that ISI physics, RF1. Yeah, thank you,
Low
Daniela,
to
you know,
mid 59s.
you knew what I wanted to say.
59s? That's low.
Yes. Yes.
Jesper is pleasantly surprised about those 59s.
You're pretty rapidly catching P1 too.
Yeah, P1 is the Porsche on fuel saving strat with old hearts, and Jesper is doing full push on fresh mediums, so he better gains 3 minutes in a whole stint. But effectively, how much behind are we of the Porsche? They will box in 1 or 2 laps, I think. Yeah, just after the hour. And after that, they will have only 1 more pit stop. Actually, no, we are ahead, right? Because we have more fuel than them. They will have to box for more fuel till the end. And we both have 2 pit stops remaining. We already have done an extra pit stop. And we will both have to change tires once more. It should be safe. See you, Fabio. Rafa Strat. Well, we calculated hard, but there was only one option to make the race fast. Although if we knew that the race is gonna be shorter, that it's gonna be a manual start procedure, it could have been different. Daniela, I am just doing VMS tomorrow, skipping the weekly. RF 1.8, yeah, that sounds alright. Although the old RF1 motor is a bit... I mean, it's not the best still. Race Room is made on it as well, right? I think. And they made it a drift simulator as well. Or at least, not, well, maybe not drift, but no weight on the front simulator. At least in the GT3s that I have driven. So, okay, we are... Yeah, we always need to calculate the strategy mid-race. Cannot ever let it slip out of the mind. You can never know. One unlucky code 80 and we are not that lucky anymore. I've never raced AMS1. I have to try it. I mean, I will try it in the next 2 weeks. This is so scary. Like in the practice, something like this happened, but Jesper had a little bit of understeer and the LMP2 had a bit of... well, he entered too enthusiastically into the corner and they crashed. It's just much better to leave space on the right, but the GTs, especially the Mercedes, the McLaren, it just lacks front downforce on the exit. It has so much lift. The front goes up in the air and then you're like, come on, and it just goes straight out of that snake in sector 2, so you cannot give early space on the right side before the hairpin. Nice drift. Yeah, Daniela, it's still like horsepower is horsepower, weight is weight, downforce is downforce. So the corner speed should be somewhat reliable. So probably still better to at least try it out. To kind of improve the chances a little bit for the Sim Formula on-site qualifiers. Copy crazy. I didn't even know that. I never really followed Valentino. I knew that he wanted to switch to 4 tires, but I didn't really know about the Rayleigh plans. No, for sure, Rayleigh is just something else. Probably if you start with some like Rayleigh game, then you appreciate the Rayleigh a bit more. Or if you live like in an area where Rayleighing is popular, then it's much more approachable than circuit racing. And you can rally with any car. If it's light car with no power, you will just go fast through corners, while on the permanent circuits you will pay a lot and then sit full throttle and go 180 kph, and I guess it's cheaper, right? So I get it why it's popular. We have some railing or like hill climb rallies in Slovenia as well, but I was never really in well, circuits where in circuits of people which who would be pulling me into it. Yugo at Idria, let's say, yeah. That's a good combination. Oh yeah, Valentino is a relatively quick guy, right? How old is even Rossi now? Is he nearing like 45 or is it even more than 45? Rossi is going 46, wow. So I think I'm officially taking over the car in 10 laps. We finally do some laps. Alright, Ilirska Bistrica. That's quite a nice mod in RF2 as well, right? I think I actually drove that a little bit in the sim. Quite a nice hill climb. Yeah, potentially. Although, you know, when I was at Spa 24 hours, like it's maybe I said it on stream once already, but like going to a circuit when you're a sim racer, when you kind of do sim racing even for a living, like esports and so on, and then you go to an actual track and there is a race, but you cannot race because you're just watching. It's a bit of a, I don't know how to even explain the feeling. It's a bit of melancholic. Melancholic. Is that the correct pronunciation? A bit of a like sad feeling because it's really crazy. Like Spa 24 was absolutely insane. It was really good to watch. Well, we had the Rafa Lounge VIP access, so that was insane. We were watching all the historic cars drive by. We were walking through the paddock, like seeing every car up close and just roaming around Spa during the 24 hours of Spa, listening to the sounds. Absolutely insane. But still, I didn't have a race car, so it's a bit weird for me. I don't know why. Just need to race. Hi Yo-Yo, welcome. And also, like, I was thinking if I stop sim racing and I could go, I could get some like motorsports engineering, like junior engineer opportunities.
I'm not sure if it's the server or what, but it's just I get so low FPS, like 70 or something. It's hard to drive.
Weird. I have 120 this moment, 130. I think it's just Bahrain and afternoon conditions. Or maybe your CPU is struggling so hard to calculate your wear on the rear left because of all the sliding.
It's fine. Do you have a guess on what the tire is?
Target -3.
Target +9.
Ooh. So yeah, about engineering, I could look into doing some engineering in real life, but then I was thinking that as long as I can sim race, I will just sim race, because when I go to be an engineer, I will watch people race by and I will be unhappy because people are racing and I'm just calculating. Even though I like to calculate and gather the data and look at the data. But it's even better when you can actually then go on track yourself. Well, Daniele, Not sure where the McLarens, the Rafa McLarens are parked. But I mean, let's see what happens in the future. Although I said that phrase a couple of times and the whole year almost went by from where we started racing for Rafa with Jesper in early March. But of course, like, you wouldn't just like hire two sim racers without much social media following and just give them cars to drive. It's better to have I mean, I have at least now what 1,300 subs here, and I'm getting at least some views on Instagram for the reels and on my streams, so there is at least some exposure. So from marketing perspective, it's better for me now that I have more experience to be given maybe some Artura GT4 and do some videos and some footage, but let's see what happens. So I need to do one back stretch and then to turn on the FFB. Yeah, Daniele, I guess that's part of the reason I like the 50s F1 or like overall historic racing. I mean, it was much cheaper, exposure was not needed, but still you needed to have money. Not much, but still relatively a lot compared to everybody else who was mostly just farming and trying to survive. Okay, time for a back stretch, as I said, and then should be like 6 more laps. The stretch is backed. I hope my tiny pedal overlay will actually pop up when I start driving. I mean, it should, right? It has to. And we will lose a full pit stop, so that's like a minute and a half. So we should re-emerge. Or P1 or P2, depending on Corazzari, if he boxes as well or not. Why do I look so different in my... I don't know, like the Instagram profile picture, it's a bit of a... To be honest, a bit of a disgrace from me, because it's a very old picture taken with a phone in bad lighting conditions. And it was just kind of alright looking, and we just used it, and then we never really updated it. I will fix it at some point. Like now I have different pictures everywhere, like on Instagram. I think Instagram and Facebook page is the same, although Facebook is dead. And then on YouTube I have something different, on Discord I have something different, in Steam I have something completely different. And it would be just way better and more professional to have the same picture everywhere. Oh really, Andy? I never thought of that. I didn't even know. Never tried. I need to try it once. So one more thing to do, turn this off. Or actually, did I have MFD on normally for these streams? Not that it's gonna change much. I mean, the overlay has the standings and the relative. It's alright. The tiny pedal is working. YouTube pictures. It's not Interlagos. Guess again. I give you one more try. Or maybe two more tries. Or actually, I mean, I have 2 laps and a half. I give you 2 laps and a half to guess. Then I'm taking over the car anyway. But I will reveal at the pit stop, let's say. Daniele, you got it. It's Virginia indeed. It is a screenshot of my onboard. Actually, it's burst livery on that car still. Actually, I have burst liveried audio in Discord as well. So it's I think it's from Formula Sim Racing Winter Series. Maybe it was 2020 Winter Series, where Formula Sim Racing WC was actually live streamed on D-Race, on the big D-Race channel. It was crazy. The Indy Pro, well, not winter season, it was like autumn IndyCar series. Oh right, Daniela, yeah, I remember now. Probably. So yeah, I need to update the stuff a little bit. What are my hobbies? You mean except sim racing? Well, to be honest, I don't even know how I would order them. Well, there are hobbies that I like to do that I'm not really doing. Like I like cycling, like not with that special bike on road, but like with trekking bike, going into the nearby hills a bit, or like just walking, mountaineering. Or if singing in a choir is a hobby as well, then that.
If you need to restart game, you should probably do it now.
I think I don't need to. I hope I don't
Okay.
need to.
Alright.
So 2 more laps. Knitting? No. I never...
3 after this one.
Ah, okay. Copy. Well, then my strategy calc is broken. Anyway, we have Thomas doing the engineering, so he will fix the strat. I played Microsoft Flight Simulator on a joystick, but it was
Can you check it again? I think I fixed it.
MS Flight Simulator 2000, I think I played. I flight the most with the F-16 fighter jet and with that Wright brothers first ever like airplane. It was surprisingly easy to fly. Maybe it was not a real sim, maybe it was arcade sim. I actually liked airplanes more than cars at some point. gotta love gloves with which you can actually type on the phone. Okay. Hi Cyprus. I'm fine, even though I'm yet to drive a lap today. But Jesper is fast and feeling great, so he will do the majority of the race. Well, 3 more laps, then I take over till the end. I played some World War One airplane simulator long time ago. I really like the flying. But the thing with the flight simulator is that if you're simulating just flying, it's basically like European truck simulator. You're just going from A to B, and I don't really find much fun in that. Like, if it's not challenging, if it's easy, if it's just following the procedures, I don't really find much fun in that, even though it's quite popular. But for me it's more like, I don't know, sightseeing, flying around Himalayas or like around Hawaii or through the clouds, enjoying the graphics. But I did kind of quickly get bored of the flight simulator. This, yes, yeah, maybe one day I will download it. Clem X, I know my position in class. It's P1 for now, provisionally. But yes, probably boxing, and we will lose P1. But I think, like, I don't know what's happening this race, but we are just flying, even though we are doing extra pit stop. I remembered now, my first flying sim... that's... okay, still alive. It was actually called... was it F22?
Starting last lap.
Copy. Full tank, new slicks, softs, I mean, or, well, you know what, and driver selected. I hope I'm following. I think I should be riding on you. Was
well, I hope not, but you are selected.
yeah. Well, it was launched from MS-DOS, not even Windows, so probably not a real sim. Yeah, I played IndyCar Racing 2 and F22 Lighting. I think that's how it was called when I was 5. Hi Arnaud. Good decision from LMP2 behind. You were always crashing, trying to... you mean... Eiffel Tower. Okay. That's a nice one. Yeah, I never could have high graphics, because then I had 10 FPS, so I didn't really see much of the buildings. But well, the modern sims, after 20 years, after the MS Flight Sim 2000, have picked up a bit on the hardware as well. $80? You mean like DLC or what? That's insane. Okay, well... Box. Alright. Well, Nice, nice stinting.
Thank you. So 67.
Yeah, yeah. I hope my overlay pops up when I start driving.
I'm yet to understand what the Porsche is up to.
Yeah, I believe because first, like the formation lap was actually during the race. So the race is 4 minutes shorter, and that actually means that it's much easier to save fuel. So I think it's possible to just go 4 times 30. So what they seem to be doing is, well, double stinting cards doing 30-30. No idea how they are doing it because, well, we cannot do a double. And they keep saying that we have better tire wear, so... Is it mind games or is it different at Bahrain or...
Like, when they don't have the best car anymore, of course they are trying to lobby, but... I mean, you saw in quali it's equal to us,
Yeah.
so 4 seconds.
Yep. Upshifted too much.
Alright, enjoy.
Thank you. Well, there we go. Oh, my left foot hasn't waken up yet. Oh, yeah. So Corazzari is going longer. No, they... what? No, they have boxed. Yeah, I don't get what the Aston is doing ahead. Didn't take tires. Are the Jets BOP too? I mean, if you have like air battling simulators, that's a legit question. If you have like 4v4 battles with airplanes, they need to be balanced. I wonder if there is some airplane jet fighting esports somewhere. Skills, copy. I mean, I would love to like have a big multiplayer World War II airplane simulator. Like it's absolutely horrendous what was actually going on in real life, but I mean, I don't know, part of team flying bombers, part of team the fighters, and then the opponent having to defend. I mean, I guess there are games like that where you can play stuff like that. But for now, I guess I stick to sim racing, and if I have free time, I prefer going outside. Or actually playing board games. That's a big hobby of mine. Issue is that I never had enough of, well, co-players. Nobody ever wanted to play chess with me. So then I haven't played chess for years, but I always wanted to play it. That's the issue of being born into a very small family. Oh, my fan is off again. There we go. He had room opened, so to be honest, I would absolutely love having like some car, like if I had a garage and tools to have like a car that I would fix and build and so on. But I have zero mechanical practice. Like I have some understanding and knowledge, but purely theoretical. So a lot of time would be wasted before I would get anywhere. Maybe when the kids grow up and we can learn together, that's a good project to have. Yeah, Daniela, I kind of understand what you mean. Like, I have downloaded the chess app, and it's kind of hard to describe. It's not for everyone. And now that I have all the perspective of esports, and I see people esporting chess, or like, well, it's not really esporting. Wait, is chess? If chess is sport, is chess online esport? Or is still sport? Like there is there is absolutely no difference in chess. virtual to real. That's an interesting one. Either way, knowing how much time you have to invest and just like get the feeling and knowledge of all the openings, like a lot of stuff you have to learn by heart. And then just think. Then to be perfectly honest, I would prefer searching for my old physics university books that had like problems to be solved, and I would just be solving physics problems. I would have more fun with that. Although that's not 1v1. I am Emeritus. Poker is a weird one indeed. A friend of mine got like a poker set for some birthday, I think, and we played it like with big, well, like 10 people, big group. We played it like 2-3 times. It was actually good fun, but I mean, I guess every game is good fun when you're first time figuring it out. And yeah, we were not involving any money into it, so the aspect of losing money wasn't there. .57.6, I guess that's a solid lap time. I haven't yet complained of traffic. Well, Jesper complained once, I think. Maybe that counts. Too deep into ABS. That's the most difficult part of driving GT3s for me. Just having ABS on, I cannot understand it. It's much more efficient here than in LMU. In LMU it's like cutting like crazy, like you lock up and then it cuts, and you lock up again it cuts, like you really destroy a tire if you go deep into ABS. But here it's, I think it's having, oh that's a cut. Having much higher frequency and it's much more efficient, but still you cannot rotate the car if you're on ABS. It turns off the rear rotation, but you still have to brake, and having to find that threshold is so tricky. I kind of have more practice of trying not to lock up. The trickiest part of it is that when you're approaching the apex and it feels like you're maybe slightly too fast, if you then keep on braking, you will completely overshoot it. So you just need to lift and aim for the apex and it will be somehow fine. And I just cannot turn off that in my head that I have to lift the brake to turn. I just realized I still had the music running in the background. I think it turned back on when I changed the scene or something. I couldn't really hear it, but I saw. Should be fixed now. James Sadler. I was waiting for the moment when Mr. James would pop in into my chat, and it has come. Very warmly welcome. I do not have a squash ball, luckily. Luckily I have now hardware that is reliably letting me know the progression of my input and is not at risk of rupturing and jumping out of the system. Well, James, how are you doing? I mean, I need to kind of concentrate on the race, but nice to see you. What's the craziest thing I have done in school? Oh, that's a great question. I didn't really do much crazy things. Oh, I have one crazy thing from elementary school. We took, like, there was like this lunch, kind of. Like after 2 hours. I don't know, 5th class. And after 2 hours in the late morning there was like early lunch. So we were sitting, whole class, like all the classes were in the dining room, big dining room. And we at some point figured out that it's a good idea that when eating yogurt, that we can like take the spoon, the plastic spoon, put it between the tables. Put energy into it, like pull the top so that it is about to launch, and then actually put some yogurt on the top of that, and then actually launch it towards the unsuspecting part of class that was already about to start fighting for some completely different issue. And then the yogurt got launched. I will not say I'm at fault for it, but I guess it was like 6 people cooperating without really thinking what we are doing. We just did it. It just felt right at the moment. Or I don't know how old we were. 11, I don't know. We launched the yogurt and run out, because the next thing that we felt like the correct thing was running out of the dining room. And because all the others were already fighting for a different issue, we never were under any fire from anybody. Does that count as a craziest thing? Maybe. Yeah, James, it's been a crazy couple of years. I don't even remember when was the last time we talked, but I guess doing sim racing for a living was a very distant dream back then. And then it kind of became reality for whatever reason, in whatever way. And now I'm somehow streaming, even though I was always having the most problems in school, presenting stuff to classmates. That was the most stressful part, and I was never good at talking, but somehow I'm kind of streaming here, and I mean, most importantly, I'm fast. Maybe I have learned English as well to some extent, so it works. Pneumatic paper gun. Oh well. It sounds quite advanced. New virus in China. Well, I mean, I can assume that there is a new virus in some place by default, so I would be surprised that there isn't a new virus somewhere. I'm trying to think of other crazy things that I did at school, but I wasn't really the problematic kid. I was just trying to do well. "2020 Season 2 is coming. Does that mean esports take over again?" Nice dive. Oh well, James, I don't know. I guess once you're doing sim racing and talking to people, you are forced to start learning English, although it has taken years to start using voice chats, right? I mean, I think I started doing Formula sim racing in 2012, but the first time we actually jumped into a voice chat, I don't know, was it 2016, 2017? It took so much time. Michelle, yes, tomorrow I'll be racing there. Looking forward. And James, about Monaco. I was in Monaco as well. I only drove half of it though. But cool to hear that we both made it to Monaco. I will do the hypercar. I took the BMW. Wanted to take the Toyota, but I wanted as well to just have maximum fun, and for now the BMW hypercar is just feeling most fun to me. Languages, well, okay, that's now it's time to moan about traffic, because it's been 2 laps that I've been dived like that. Anyway, well, I know Slovenian in English, obviously, and I guess I know both of them pretty well. Other than that, I had 7 years of German, but it was so undemanding that we haven't really learned much. I would need to like properly relearn it. And I had 4 years of Latin, so I can basically speak all the languages of Europe now. But maybe I can understand 30% of what's written in most European languages without knowing them. But that's about it. These hypercars are just insane. The way that they can like smash the car through the corners and drift it out, but they have to stop the car so much because it's so heavy. And actually this now is move for the lead. But he will have to change the tires again, and I will not have to. Alright, Michelle, well, hope we have fun. Should be a nice one. But good to see leagues starting to pop out and at as high level as VMS is seemingly going to be. Ah, the pizza. Oof. Potentially there has been some inflation. So most likely no more €1 slices of pizza. James, maybe it's pure coincidence, but yesterday... Well, let me survive this. Okay. Yesterday or 2 days ago I checked on Steam charts how many concurrent players Golf with Your Friends still has. And it's still actually quite popular. I mean, not having tens of thousands, but it's not dead. That's a weird line from the Aston. Oh, that's a crazy acceleration. I will need a bit of strategy help for the fuel.
Okay, copy.
And how important do you think it is to overtake for P1 now? He still needs to change the tires, right?
I think so, if they're following that strategy. I would try to overtake if you can. But yeah, I think they have to change the tires anyway. I can check the fuel, but I would... Yeah.
I mean, I look at how much they are pulling on the straights. I could go for a risky move. maybe it's better to feel safe.
See what happens. I don't think we have much control. I mean, feel safe if you can, but yeah, I can check the fuel, but
well, if this is not enough, it's never gonna be enough. Stop pulling away. Crazy. Oh well. Yeah, that was illegal pass. Return position. That is not a cut. That's not a green cut even if you are racing alone. Okay. I mean, strategically we should be much better. So no need to do any silly risks. GP2 engine. Maybe it already has the LMGT3 bop. That hypercar just didn't accelerate. It's weird how it's actually not easy to overtake around here if you don't have like a huge pace advantage. But probably it's really just because of the setup differences. Probably the Aston is on rear wing 1. Well, we don't have really high downforce, but more than one. Had to back out of it. Almost went for wide. Okay, clean track. I was just hoping they will not sideways swipe each other into me. Okay, so Corazzari changing probably back to Malghera. And they will have fresh mediums.
Tires, my friend.
Yeah. I will have to do less laps than planned.
By +1, plus minus.
Wait, what?
Like, how many laps less? 1, 2?
I think 2 or 3, not sure.
Okay.
I mean, compared to what we thought yesterday. I think tires are good, honestly. Never really slided them.
Alright.
But well, it's 10 laps to go now for me.
Copy.
So weird to watch these hypercars.
Consumption? Still the same?
yeah,
as
yeah.
In the sheet? Or plus minus any?
No, it's good.
Okay. Yeah, I should have a rough idea of the fuel. I think our gap is okay, so we should be conservative though.
Agreed. Yes, G29. Well, G29 was top of the line back in the day. Now it's kind of taken as bottom of the line. Plus Yerney's squash ball, of course. I still have one squash ball in the drawer, or maybe even two. Honestly, they were like the best possible approximation for the feeling of a load cell with some polymer. Best mod ever. really thought I would have bigger problems, or like it's gonna be bigger switch from those T3 PAs with the squash ball to the Hoisenquelt sprints, but it was really just a minor one. Okay, now the rear is a bit more loose than before, but I will not check the wear until I'm in the box. That's Malgera behind?
Question is if you should let the car behind go.
How did
if
that
they can-
happen? How are they one lap behind now?
Tires and fuel.
Yeah, but it's 1 minute 30.
Let me look.
Must have damage or something.
I don't know, something happened at the stop or something. I don't see any like crazy lap times.
Okay.
Yeah, I do not know without the replay. Wait, no, they think they might have had an issue. Wait, Malgara?
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, what? Hold on. Yeah, it looks like they had. Did they box on 95?
Like 2 laps ago, 3.
Yes. Yeah, I guess it was just a long stop. I don't know what happened. I'll stop questioning.
Speeding in the pits.
Speeding in pits, okay.
To the restaurant.
Ah, that makes sense.
That explains. Well, then definitely take extra fuel.
Yeah. Well, 7 to go.
Unlucky. It would be nice with the P2.
Yeah, the load cell is a weird one, although, well, the potentiometer is kind of unreliable, starts flickering, load cell doesn't really. But I mean, of course, there are better ways to measure position. Well, I mean, I have one more pit stop to do, right? And I think everybody else is boxed. But well, I guess it was kind of 300 IQ strat. I really expected more people to do it. At the top at least. I don't know what people below top 5 are doing because I couldn't follow. Same here, James. I've done like 5 laps of practice. I mean, I have done a couple of races with the car at Spa in the past, so setup is alright. I did 1 or 2 extra clicks to make a problem that was still there a bit better. But no idea about the strategy. Although it kind of looks like a straightforward 4 stints. Either way, these gaps are insane. We didn't really expect. Like the quali gaps were pretty close. Jesper did a good lap. Was just about on pole. 2 cars were within a tenth. Couple of cars within 3 tenths. It was very close. But in the race, I don't know. Not sure how many problems other had, but I guess we can just blame our strategy. And that's a track limit, of course. The track limits are a bit weird. Jesper, could you check what's the next race at VEC? Was it Road America?
I'll check.
Yes, it is.
Copy. I suppose Road America will be kind of BMW party. And the weak front of the McLaren will suffer tremendously through those long corners. So what fuel?
Checking. $71 should be quite conservative.
Copy.
It's like extra lap or more.
Jesper, you can guess what my rear left will be at the pit stop. I'll say 52%.
I don't know. You've been sliding so much. I'll say 49. But second stint I did, I had no wear at all. It was crazy. I was like not turning with the rears at all.
Is it 8 hours of Road America or 6?
Six.
That will be interesting. Two laps. It's really a shame that there is no like a raw brake output or like a channel and then filtered brake, because now I'm displaying raw and filtered throttle, and it's really well useful sometimes to check what TC is doing when it zigzags a bit, and I would love to see the same visually for ABS, but it doesn't exist. Hello, Costas. No, understeer. Ah, I was about to do PB of the stint on the last non-pit lap. Anyway, was still 57.5. Anyway, we boxing. So I said 52 for rear left, Jesper said 49.
Just to confirm, we have 71.
Yes.
More than enough.
71 and no change. And the driver is correct. And I box now.
Box.
Jesper, do you see these beautiful tires?
Sadly, I don't for a steering wheel.
I don't see the left, rear. Box.
The crucial
Yes,
one,
the left.
it's 55
Oh?
somehow.
Magician?
So much lower wear than expected.
Must be a shit ton colder than when I drove.
And 29.7 Celsius, it's what it was on the practice server.
You're probably overfueled with the time left, but you can do some nice burnouts or something, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I think 20 liters of fuel or something.
Yeah.
20? No.
No, not 20. Probably like 10.
It's 28 minutes left.
Well, but it could be 3 minutes more than that, you know, if
Yeah,
the
with the
sequence-
extra lap. So I was like mega conservative.
How unhappy is Michi with me being now ahead of his teammate?
I'm watching his stream to hear what he has to say.
But with this tire wear we could make a double, you know. But it was much worse before.
Yeah, we could. I could as well with the way I had.
Interesting, Joao. I mean, it kind of is a McLaren track. McLaren is good when it comes to traction. I don't think it's the best when it comes to braking. Mitch is, well, Murguli boxed anyway, so... Well, Arda, I would think it's perfect Porsche track. I don't really know what... I mean, McLaren is slow in the corners towards the end of Sector 2. I think it struggles a lot uphill. And probably here in this snake as well. But it likes the hairpins and the exits. But then I don't know why McLaren would be suddenly massively better compared to Porsche than what it was at Monza. I would expect like 2 to 3 tenths gap per lap, but it was less than that in quali. Though we didn't really have a quali dedicated setup. I don't know if McLaren is that bad in high speed. We will see at Le Mans, I suppose. Could be 3 seconds of pace at Le Mans. But it always felt like it's nice on the straights. It pulls well. Slew rate. How to explain that? Isn't it just the speed at which the torque reaches its max? So like if you hit a curb or a bump, the force should go, let's say, from 1 to 10 Newton meters, and you're basically hitting the curb through, I don't know, 20 milliseconds. And then if slew rate is higher, then it will actually go from 1 to 10 Newton meters within, I don't know, 20 milliseconds. But if it was slower, then it would require 50 or 60 milliseconds. So you would feel a little bit of a delay. I said that I mean, I didn't drive the Porsche. I don't really know what Jesper was doing. But again, I'm not the qualified or experienced one to talk about the BOP here, because I have no real idea about GT3 BOP. My last proper BOP testing was early 2023. And that was also basically my first GT3 experience in RF2. Although to be honest about the slew rates, I would need to test Simicube Sport versus Pro versus Ultimate, because it's, I don't know, like you cannot really feel it. It's hard to drive and then think of what exactly you have to feel for the comparison. Then some people say that they decrease the slew rate so that the bumps are not that aggressive. And to be honest, most of things that happen with the cars are not that fast, and they happen gradually anyway, like rear slip angle increasing or front inside locking up. It doesn't happen instantaneously, so you don't really have like massive slew rate to like simulate it one-to-one without a delay. But yeah, I would need to test what are the normal speeds at which FFB picks up, and then compare that to the output. I'm not sure if that's even possible in Motec. In Motec you have the steering shaft torque, which is basically what the car in-game feels, Newton meters wise. And then you have FFB output, which is just 0 to 100%. And at 100% you get clipping. But if you put filter on the top of that, I don't think it even shows. Like if you put filter in True Drive, I don't think it shows in Motec. And force-wise, I don't really ever feel the need to use more than, let's say, 20 Newton meters. Would be good for a workout, but turns out that racing is not the best workout, because you would need to do a hot lap and then rest, and then hot lap and rest, and so on, and do 10 repeats or 20 repeats. But then the ways that you do it is hurting the wrists and so on, so like if the peaks of the peaks reach 18 or 19 Newton meters, that's still plenty heavy enough. And the majority of FFB is like 8 to 10 Newton meters, I imagine, or even less than that. 7 to 8 maybe. The gaps, big. It's been an insane race. No, I just think that everybody else messed up the strategy. Why was that not a cut? When I was overtaking Corazzari before, I cut less than that and got illegal overtake. You know what I'm thinking now? I'm kind of missing LMU. As I drive this McLaren around here, and the rear is doing a bit of a magic carpet thingy. Thank you. And I'm thinking, actually, how nice was it, the McLaren in LMU? It just drives better. Like whole level better to me. It's still a bit sideways sometimes, but it's not like every corner, like it doesn't just magically slide around. And well, Joao, as Jesper says, Jesper hooked me up as well years ago with SC2 Pro. Yeah, in LMU you have a bit of ACC, kind of. So like, yeah, it doesn't, the front in LMU does not allow the rear to just step out. You can still sometimes feel like you can turn in a bit more to have a bit more grip, even if you're on the limit. But it's not like here where you actually just need to kind of have steering wheel straight and or like very little input to allow the rear to actually like rotate like crazy. Because here it feels like if you nail the front input, then the fronts will just allow the rear like this. I'm not sure if you can feel from the onboard footage what it did on the entry. It rotated more than I turned in, and it does that all the time. In the LMU that does not happen, or happens maybe 5% of RF2. Scary hypercar having a look. Yeah, you cannot do this hairpin sliding in LMU. Maybe to some extent you get away with it sometimes now that they have made the tires a bit too forgiving, but they will fix it back, so it's less drifty. But it's really more enjoyable in LMU. It just drives more like a car. Because even for me, if RF2 GT3s are still more fun to drive than ACC or iRacing, I perfectly understand people saying that they are not the most realistic. Well, maybe Arda, maybe you can, but it's not the way, the only way to drive, or like the fastest way to drive everywhere. You don't have to do it. That's how it feels to me. But yeah, Corvette in LMU is an interesting car. And they turned off the wear, yeah. They have to fix that for sure. I mean, Corvette just... I don't know. I haven't really properly driven it. It's just so broken. The way that you turn in and then the rear just doesn't stick. But it still sticks better than in RF2. Or like floats less than in RF2. But I mean, I can only really talk about McLaren. LMU McLaren versus RF2 McLaren. I haven't done any other comparison properly. Well, Daniela, probably they don't need the multiplier, it just the abrasion must be much higher. Well, the multipliers are tricky, like if you're actually simulating something properly, then just plotting some multipliers at the top is usually not the best thing, even though it can fix stuff. I mean, in RF2 for now, I think the colder the track is, the less thermal deck there is, but the more tires start actually sliding, because on cold RF2 track you are like a second or two slower, or maybe a second slower, and then you actually have a bit more abrasion, although still less than if it's hot and you just slide all the time everywhere. Funny how it started to calculate the track limit in the middle of the road. Well, they should make it ×5 as it is now, I suppose. But again, I don't think it's about multipliers, it's about other stuff. The tires just being way too forgiving for everything. Shiny, it's just modded hypercars without any battery. Although RF2 has battery simulation and you can regenerate. Like Formula E cars are kind of well simulated. So you can have both fuel and battery. But you cannot simulate efficiency. It would be just like in iRacing, and it's some work to figure it out. So like here there is no hybrid on the hypercars on the mod. And there was no way I'm gonna drive RF2 hypercars if there are LMU hypercars available. So yeah, again, I didn't really do a lap on them. To be honest, I don't really have any overview of RF2 current modding scene. And Daniela, it's still a lot better than RF2 for me. I don't know. It's for sure more planted than RF2. Although Jesper was complaining about the newer LMU tire models as well. He liked the very old one, which was basically a copy-paste from RF2. So, I don't know, he has quite some real-life experience. So what's that gonna be, 2 laps to go? Maybe 3? Yeah, we have overfueled a little bit. But with a minute spare, better to have 3 laps extra. I believe at the very first launch the GT3s or GTEs were basically a copy-paste of RF2. I'm not sure if there were any. I don't think there were called temps. You could just instantly drive flat out of the pits. Only hypercars had the new model at the start. Yeah, I agree with James. I mean, this now is really good. It's just way too forgiving. I think when they crank down the forgivingness, it's gonna be fine. And when they reintroduce the tire wear, well, the cold tire should be basically undrivable. I wish it was more demanding to get the temperature into the tires in LMU at the moment. Well, December 10th, the crucial date. upon which the player base went times 4 because of 4 new GT3s and Interlagos. Should be the last lap, right? Ah, guys, leave me alone. Well,
That was just stupid.
I don't know what they wanted to do.
They're fighting for position, but still.
Yeah, but what? I should literally just drive off the track before they reached me. Well, every race must have a very small code brown in the end.
You probably got a PayPal from someone.
I think Celik has a problem, or he has already finished. Ah, they have already finished. Okay, well, 4 hours of very unexpected gapping of the field. Quali was very close, but we just drove away. So GG to Jesper for nice driving, and well, here we go. Cross the line into the outright championship lead, even though it's not gonna be a huge margin to P2. Donuts.
What is your fuel? Just curious.
19 liters. I can do 6 more laps.
Oh, so it was 20. Oh.
Oh, that's some crazy fast donuts.
Wanting to account for the burnout. Truly.
Eh. Yeah. Should have good fuel for the donuts. Yeah.
Good job.
Good job for you as well.
In the end, it worked out.
It
No
did.
baby and all that.
Yes.
That was stressful.
Yeah, and at 8 AM you had to send that message, right?
Of course.
Yeah, I had the plans for the whole race without you done within a minute after that message, and then you didn't respond, so yeah, this is way too forgiving from the rears. They should be fully destroyed by now. Okay, they are. But not enough still. When does the wear stop? Oh, you cannot see. Wait, let me do this. 0%, let's go.
We can provide a fuel sample for the whole field.
Such a slow, gracious rear snap.
Yeah, I was about to say 60 liters, but and to be plus 10. I was like,
it's all
ah.
good. Like, I did the math and it said way less than yours, 71.
It was like 60 something, and I'm like, I'll just add more fuel. I would have been more stressed if they weren't 60 seconds behind us or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, Hey Joao, yeah, people said that drifting is popular nowadays, so... Actually, then I watch Instagram reels of people just doing some EA WRC random stage with camera behind,
I think it was a
behind
little
the
less
shoulder,
than 355 most of the time.
getting huge views. Rafa
Shall I
domination
mount the round wheel?
may bore fans. Yeah, I need just thinking of it. I mean, I have the quick release on the round wheel rim, but the issue is that it's like at 30-degree angle, so I would need to recalibrate. Or you mean I'm going so sideways that 30 degrees is not really a thing or a problem?
If you're going right, then it's alright. Left, not so much.
Alright, well... Where did Michi finish?
Let me check if lifetime is still there. He ended up P10. Thought.
That's weird. He lost less than 20 seconds effectively.
Yeah, but he was looking at P6 at some point, and then he ended up P10. Not sure what happened.
2 laps down, yeah. Well, either way, let me shut down the stream.
Alright. Bye, people.
Sound muted.
Well, there you go. Jesper said it. Bye, people. Thank you guys for chatting here, for the likes, for the subs. Hope you enjoyed it, even though the Rafa domination might have bored the fans. But next time I'm gonna be more tricky at Road America for the McLaren. Well, until next time, see you at LMU tomorrow evening. 2 hours 40 minutes of Spa. First ever league race for me. Hope to see you. Have a nice weekend. Bye. Bye.